Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. I hope everyone is well after a crazy day on the market. Hi team, good morning DVG, Clifton, Scott. Nice to see everyone in the house. We're ready for another interesting day actually because after Trump on the stage, Powell just going to follow him, actually not like a president, he still stays just the Fed president, but as you know, today is a big day for the markets again. And this is about the Fed rate cut. Actually, this is not going to be surprising, but I have a little thoughts here in my mind that maybe Powell is going to play the party crasher here. Well, let's see if it's going to happen. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. Hi, iTech. Good morning to you as well. Martins, nice to see you. Good afternoon, D King. Hi. Okay, guys. Actually, I hope first of all that you had a beautiful green day yesterday. I was over trading a little bit. Luck, it was not on my side, so I ended a small red. I was not really happy with my trades yesterday. I caught a really good ones like VDA and MU, but I did not take it. So it was a quite of a funny day for me. Today, though, I'm going to be still on the cautious side. Reason for that, it's known. It's called the Federal Reserve at this stage, and not just that, but as you can see, the market it's still in green after reaching all-time highs again. But indeed, some of the stocks are retreating, including Coin, DJT, Tesla. It's in a small red as well, as I've seen, which is not a big surprise, I must tell you. Like yesterday, we have seen really huge moves overall the market, like both the triple Q and SPY and Dow, so everything just made an all-time high. Not even mention that the VIX, by the way, is just seen the sharpest drop since August, signaling a surge in the market optimism because of the fact that Trump just won the election. And actually, even the Magnificent Seven stocks just made, not all of them, but most of them just made a beautiful move to the upside, especially DVG's Amazon trade was just awesome. Very nice trade indeed. Okay, guys, so as you can see, now the SPY, it's in a small gap up. It's just making another all-time high, so another historical day, and seems like that this the high of the not just the pre-market but all-time high now it's about 593. Hi, Drawer. Good morning to you, Lee. I overtraded you too. Okay, but you made 16R. Come on, nice. Okay, all right. But maybe on Coin and MUN and VDA. Nah, you see, you were much more lucky than me. I'm happy to hear that. Okay, guys. So regarding the rest of the stock exchanges, both of the European and the Asian stocks just made a nice move higher. Actually, in the UK, there was a rate cut. In the Asia Pacific sector, there were some good news on the economic news side. That's why they just went up a little bit. And of course, the US, you could see how much they just went to the upside. Really crazy numbers, like almost 3%, 2.95, 2.40 something. So it's really big move to the upside. Actually, the DAX is up 1.41% at the moment, and in Asia, Hang Seng ended 202. Nikkei was not that lucky in this case. It was just 0.25. Regarding the news, of course, here comes the big guessing, how Trump is going to have an impact, or Trump presidency going to impact the housing, how he's going to impact the taxes, how it's going to impact the healthcare, and so on and so on. So there are lots of articles about these things at the moment. Well, indeed, the election day result is just definitely get a big impact on the small cap stocks already, because the small cap stocks index just rallied 5.8%, fueled by the expectations that Trump's protectionist policies would benefit the small companies. So let's see if it's going to happen. And hopes for the lower taxes and lighter regulation boosted banks and insurers focused on Medicare as well. They just searched on the predictions of higher government payments for the senior healthcare system. Well, let's see if this is going to be continued. So there are definitely winners and losers of this election at the moment. Losers are still the solar stocks. I'm going to keep an eye on them. Even DJT, which was a big winner yesterday, is just moving back a little bit, so I'm going to keep an eye on it. And SMCI, I've seen yesterday Amir called it to the long side. I just managed to scalp a little green on that at the end of the day, but actually might today we will see some pullback because I think it's extremely extended to the downside. Now in the pre-market SMCI it's up 2.1, so it's going to be on my watch list, and there are a lot more, so let's just jump quickly to the big movers actually. Hi Ali, good morning to you, nice to see you. Okay, traders, so actually what I see on the market now, it's still very green, extremely green indeed. On the SQQQ I think we had a split. Yep, we had a split, I think, because it's up 26% or $26. So it's not like the market just went down. That's why the SQQQ is up. So on the SQQQ we had a split. So if you like trading SQQQ, just be aware of that, please. And let's just move quickly to the big movers, because today we have several earnings stocks already, and not only earnings stocks, but even a lot of after the close earnings stocks we will get, like Rivian, Pinterest, and so on. But you know what? Before we just go to the big movers, let's just speak about this federal rate decision today. Oh yes, regarding the news, unemployment claims is out already. It was just released at 8:30. Let me just check the numbers quickly on the unemployment claims, and later on 2 o'clock, as usual, it's going to be the rate, the interest rate decision. It's of course a 0.25 weighted, expected to be cut, like quarter point. Unemployment claims, I'm just checking it. It's almost met the expectations. 218 was the previous number. 223 was the expectation. It was 221, so quite of okay. Prelim non-farm productivity, it's a bit lower than expected actually, and the labor costs, it's a bit higher than expected. But as I can see, the SPY was not impacted too much indeed. And back to this FOMC, especially the FOMC press conference, because as I've told you, I don't think so that the rate cut, it's going to be a big surprise for the market. But the FOMC press conference, which is going to be or start at 2:30, it's going to be definitely a very, very important momentum for the market. So I'm expecting a quite of a crazy move around this between like 2:30 and 3:30 as usual. Okay, because all of the market and every participants are going to focus on Jerome Powell, what he's going to say about the future. Indeed, what I see here in the CNBC, actually, that the central bank's policymakers have long aimed to avoid commenting too much on politics. We know that. Meanwhile, financial markets are expecting that the Federal Open Market Committee will lower its benchmark borrowing cost by 0.25 point, which equals 25 basis points. Also, this is a very, very moderate, let's call it like opinion about what can happen. Why I am a little bit afraid of that Powell can be a bull party crasher, because even if he's going to avoid political speculations and he's going to focus on the providing stability as he assesses Trump's potential policies on tax cuts, spending, and tariffs, which could fuel inflation. So this is the only little fact here which might can send from Powell not a very positive message towards to the markets. But let's see what's going to happen. I'm going to be ready for every scenario. So what I wanted to say, guys, in a nutshell, be careful around 2:30 especially. And let's just follow closely what he's going to tell about the future after Trump just got to the presidency. Okay, guys, so let's just start among the big movers. First of all, if you have anything on the radar, I'm going to be very grateful if you just post it to the chat. I'm just starting with Lyft, which is very strong to the upside because of great earnings. So LYFT at the moment it's higher with 20%, $2 million volume, which is a very strong volume, $17 up. It's crazy. As you can see, it can be a quite of a big mover despite of the fact that this is a lower price stocks. So I really like it to the long side. So long side LYFT. QCOM is the next one, which I'm going to put it to the long side. Great numbers from the QCOM. As I've told you, it just got a nice numbers on the earnings. At the moment, 5.38% higher on this $182 area. As you can see, it's just slightly broke this consolidation, which lasted quite long since August, actually. So I think this can be quite of a nice mover today. I love QCOM to the long side. Next one on the list, it's ARM Holdings, which despite of a great numbers, is just started to decline after the news, which is interesting, but at the moment it's down minus 3.35%. And I'm not sure whether it's not going to make a pullback here. So I'm going to be careful with this ARM. I know it's quite of a deep red now. I'm a bit surprised because actually the numbers were quite good. So let's see why ARM is just going down indeed. So ARM, I'm going to move it because of that just to the secondary list, not even to the short list. SEC ARM. Okay, Wolfspeed, it's a very low price stock and it's down a lot because of bad news. If you like it, I'm just going to move to the secondary list. And this bad news is the earnings, by the way. Take-Two is here, TTWO. Shares of the video game designer gained 4% after its second quarter surpassed the expectations. So TTWO, we can put it on the long side if it is okay on the pre-market volume side. On the pre-market volume, I must tell you, I'm not very much convinced. So that's why I'm going to put it just to my secondary list. It's 37,000. You know, after such a big news, I would expect a much more impressive number in the pre-market volume, but I cannot see it. HubSpot is the next one. Hubs, which is a little bit pricey there, $644 at the moment, but 7% higher as a customer platform company, is just made a beat on the numbers. Let's see, Hubs, as far as I remember, I had a problem with the volume there. Oh yeah, big problem actually. So I'm not going to touch it. Scott likes it, so I'm not going to even put it on the list then. SolarEdge coming, solar panel inverter stock slipped. Oh my God, another 16%. Poor solar stocks, they just really on a beat now after third quarter revenue miss. So after bad news for them on the Trump presidency for the 10 stocks, I mean, looks like that SolarEdge is still pushing lower. I don't know even where it is standing now. Wow, guys, 13% poor stock. Okay, if you like that stock, I'm just going to put it to the short side indeed, or rather to the secondary list because it's a bit extended to the downside now. Dutch Bros coming now, BROS, beautiful move to the upside. The coffee franchise, 18% on the heels of a better than expected third quarter results. Beautiful numbers there, as I see. So that means that my Bros is going to go higher. 25%, though it's a little bit too much for me. But as I see in the history, it could quite of continue after the gaps. I have not seen such a big gap, though. Okay, let's just put it to the long side, but I prefer the stocks which are up only like 3, 4, 5%. This is the new normal, guys. Seems like that this is the impact of the earnings, like plus 10, 15, 20% or minus 15, 20%. So we are not surprised on that. Bumble coming next, BMBL. It's a quite of a low price stock now, $7 only. The online dating company 6% lower, as the numbers did not meet the expectations. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list because it's under $10 now. Duolingo, it's here as well, which unfortunately did not make this quarter numbers and is just dumping with 5% at the moment, which means we can put it to the short side. And the pre-market volume also, it's a little bit shy, but I like that stock. It can quite be a mover, but I'm going to be careful because of the low volume, it can be spready, okay? So watch out for Duolingo, but I put it to the long side or short side. AppLovin, crazy move on the good numbers, 32% higher, and this is just insane. Look at that daily. Anyway, it was up a lot, and now it's on 232. Wow, that's way too much for me. I don't think so. I'm going to touch this stock. If you like it, I can put it to the long side, but be careful with this one. Elf Beauty is here. Our cosmetics company gained 7% as it just raised its full year forecast. ELF, as I see. Oops, sorry. ELF. This is going to look better. Oh yeah. Okay. This is a quite of can be a nice mover. Pre-market volume is okay. I don't like this pullback though, but until I think it can be over this 110, it can be a great stock to the upside. DVG just posted his list. Thank you. All right. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning to you. Zillow is here next. Advanced more than 13% after beating the Wall Street estimates as well. So Z, it should be higher. Wow, it's much higher now, 14%. So Z can be on the long list too. Kind of like this stock indeed. GLAD, I don't like this stock. I mean the characteristic, not the stock itself, but it's just at the moment 2% higher. Wall Street estimates just passed. Okay. Moderna shares rallied 7% third quarter earnings, and I love Moderna, especially because it's a bit extended to the downside on the daily. Under Armour is here. Shares gained 25% stronger than expected second quarter results, and Hershey is the last one, HSI, which was not that lucky with the third quarter earnings because HSI now it's down 3.35%, and I like it to the short side, guys. So HSI, and I'm just checking UA here too. Under Armour, which is not a huge mover actually, but now it seems like it's a decent move to the upside. If you like that kind of lower price stock, we can just put it to the secondary list. So far to the upside, I have LYFT, QComp, Ross, ELF, Z, and mRNA. To the short side, Dual and HSI. If I'm just checking the big movers, because I see DVG just called in Meta, Amazon, mRNA, and Coin to the long side, and DDOG. Oh yeah, DDOG is going to get earnings after the market close, by the way. But now, yeah, I agree. It can be an interesting one, by the way, to the short side. And Tesla and AMT to the short side, actually. Tesla might going to have a small pullback after this crazy run fueled by the, as you know, exactly the election. So I'm going to definitely watch it on the list. And I see Double Verify, which is down a lot, 7%, but not my type of stock. I've seen even DJT, it's pushing lower now. It's down 14%. I feel like it's going to be quite hectic today, so be careful with that stock. And I've seen one more stock here, which to the short side, especially, yes, PANW. PANW is down 2% after a really, really crazy big green day. I'm going to watch PANW for a possible pullback here as well. Okay, so this is what I've seen. Still about the new stocks, and of course the solar stocks, guys, like SCDG definitely going lower as I see. ARM is here, Sava, it's a biotech stock. No more to the short side. I feel like we have enough to the long side, but not too much to the short side. Indeed, if the market is going to turn around at the moment, doesn't look like, because triple Q is up 0.60% almost on new all-time high. I don't need to mention it, I guess. SPY is 0.34, heading to the $600 level, and all of the tech stocks are higher as I see, except of ARM, by the way. Okay, traders, so at the end, I'm just going to post you my list as well. And of course, as usual, I'm just going to wish you a beautiful green morning as always with the guys here. If you want to get any questions regarding the TEFs accounts or the TEFs itself, I mean the company or strategies or anything like that, please just let me know. Let me just show you something, because I just get some questions regarding that I'm always mentioning this newsletter, actually, that you can just get a newsletter from me, which I am providing for the TEFs. If you go to the TEFs website, then you can just scroll down completely on the main page, and if you do like that, you can see the if you want to get the hottest news, then just subscribe to our newsletter. Now, this newsletter I am providing. Some of you already asked me to put you on the newsletter list, but now or perfect and very good technical team just made this happen, that you can subscribe if you just scroll down completely. You see, here is well, if you want to get the hottest stock trading news every day, then please just do the subscription there. So this is where you can subscribe on the newsletter. If you want, you just give your name, email, and from tomorrow on, you will get the newsletter for sure. Okay, traders. So I wish you a beautiful green one. And if you want to join me on the guidance room, then you are more than welcome. Take care.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a Thursday session here, almost the end of the week. 2 days left here. Today and tomorrow will be Friday session as well. Please forgive me here. I'm a little under the weather today, not feeling so well, but we're here to open the market up, talk through the day. We've got a really great day. Thank you for Aggie to get us through the morning session here. Get you dialed in on some stocks, what she's looking at, and also the ability to join TEFS if you'd like to do that. You know where to go. Click on the link that Clifton's got here, or leave Aggie an email, and she'll take care of you here going forward. Well, welcome to Thursday. Welcome to everybody on social media, on Facebook here, on YouTube this morning. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for coming into the room each and every day. We appreciate that. And the YouTube channel continues to grow. We appreciate what you're doing on a day-to-day basis by joining us and taking part in the greatest trading room on the planet. Thank you for also contributing, posting your trades, getting things done. So here we go. Let's talk about these markets. They got a lot of stuff going on. We'll start off with the Asian markets in the overnight session, where we saw the Nikkei decline about 99 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 415 points, over 2% higher. Shanghai and China up 87, over 2.57% higher. You look at Europe this morning. Europe's kind of mixed. German DAX up 292. FTSE in UK up 3 or down 3. And the CAC 40 in Paris down up 27. You combine that with Asia, and you've got 4 markets up, 2 markets down, putting pressure to the upside here in the US of A. And that's what we have. Dow futures barely eking out a green morning here, up 4 points. S&P futures up 17.5. NASDAQ futures doing good, kicking tail this morning, up 110.5 this morning. Oil's down 45 cents, 71.24 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, I'll tell you what, it doesn't get any better than this. Up $14 per troy ounce, 26.90.30 per troy ounce of gold. Silver's up 34 cents, up over 1%, 1.11%. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is down. What's happening? Well, we just had an election here. President Trump going to be sworn in January. The Trump media shares are diving, getting worse, giving up the election day gain. And then Elon Musk in the news here sees to see how he's going to fit into the Trump presidency. That's going to be interesting. And today we've got the Fed coming in today. Are we going to have the Fed rate cut today, or what's happening there? So we got to watch out for all of that as we get into the day today. That's going to be later this afternoon. We'll be around to take you through that. I'm looking forward to being a part of that this afternoon and watching that. But the futures are up just a little bit here this morning. We'll have to wait and see how that how we move today. Also watching the Fed Reserve interest rate decision from Jerome Powell. That'll be this afternoon. And then we'll find out if that's positive, and if they do rate cut there, we should have no reason but to go higher. So bias to the upside today as we start this day. All right, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. Get you positioned for the day. Lee, good morning to you. Mark, good morning. Morning. Yep. Drawer, good morning. Martins, good morning. Allie, good morning to you. Jennifer, good morning. Morning, Steve. Yep. Perfect. Hey, Itzek, good morning. Lee, good morning. 2 p.m. today, Trent. Yep. Okay, and good morning to you, Trent. Is it 3 p.m. or 2 p.m.? I think it's 2. DVG, no? Eastern time? Okay, we'll have that here. Oh, FOMC. Yeah, I think it's 2 with a 2:30 conference, right? All right, we'll update that here in just a minute. Let's talk some stocks here this morning, get you prepared for the day here. On the long side today, mRNA. I think Aggie talked about this today as well. mRNA longer here this morning, up over 56. Yes, 56 on the breakout of the VWAP. We're going to be taking a VWAP breakout trade this morning. One of my favorite trades. It's really, really neat and nice. And then Bros this morning, BROS, long over 44. And then to the downside, and then Lyft again. Lyft has got to get up and go here. I won't take it until 18. Could be a slow trade today, but I do like Lyft this morning. LYFT long this morning, and that's over 18. There we go. And then last but not least, if you're taking a short trade here, ARM to the downside under 139. Let's see here. There we go. ARM, ARM, short under. There's so many to choose from this morning, so 139 to the downside, ARM. Okay, Wolf, you can take it's a little flat with no volume this morning. We'll watch that. SMCI, whether it's going to move higher or not, we'll see. And the market opens here in about 2 minutes. We'll get DVG in here for some comments this morning, and then we will be on our way to this beautiful Thursday morning trading here in the 44 trading room. Okay, I'll look at the time for Fed decision this morning. Yeah, it's 2 p.m. today with the press conference at 2:30, right? Yep, 2 p.m. Yep. Thank you, Jim. Okay, so we'll watch that. Should be around then. And again, that's going to be a positive for the markets, especially if there is a rate cut with the exuberance of Trump winning the election. So stay tuned, and we'll go from there. Okay, I got to grab something real quick. We've got about a minute.
Good morning, 44 Trader Nation. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I'm seeing 2 o'clock as well, but I'm seeing it at 3 o'clock somewhere else. I don't know if that's just a time adjustment I got to make on one of my platforms here, but I'll tinker with that in a bit. Well, what a day yesterday, y'all. What an absolute historical day, blowing off the top on everything, new all-time highs, just printing. So today, be cautious. I think we're going to see some follow through, but profit taking is on alert. I'm watching Meta this morning at that 577 level. We've been talking about that for a long time. I think Meta's got a shot at moving higher. Keeping an eye on banks as well. We do have some earnings this evening. So DraftKings, Arista, Block, Rivian, the Trade Desk, Affirm, Pinterest, and Airbnb will be reporting after the close. I'm going to keep a close eye on things like Datadog and Moderna this morning as well, who reported. I might like Datadog to the downside and Moderna to the upside. So I might nibble on Moderna here in the 56 area. And Meta is already off the races. We are open, folks. Definitely trade safe today. Again, I think there's going to be a possibility to continue that huge move that we had yesterday. But don't be afraid to be patient on certain names. Could be time to do some shopping. So trade safe and let's open up these markets. I'm watching Moderna right now, 55.86. I didn't get the fill. There it is. Just got in, 55.86 Moderna. Long. Keep my risk pretty low. Excuse me.
I'm going to be coming in long this trade as well here. Okay, I'm
Meta
going to take
off
the
the
ARM
risks.
trade under, under 141 here. ARM short this morning under 141. See if it gets above it real quickly here. Okay, there we go. ARM short 141. I'm going to add to this under 140. So watch it here. 141, I'm going to be short ARM. 20 cents to go, ARM. And I am going to go long here. Marna 55, mRNA 55. See if we can get out the gate early this morning. No trade, ARM. Watch Marna. If we go under 54, I'm going to take it through 54. And I'm going to start with full share size here on this trade. Okay, ARM still going. All right, now we're going to adjust ARM under 142 short. ARM short 142. Okay, so let's just wait to see if it comes back down. Nice
Yeah, it's
move
back
higher.
going to test it right now. If we do not get over 287, could be interesting. Maybe some profit taking there.
Watch the
Meta,
entry here. I am short ARM, ARM. 142.10, I am short ARM. I'm going to add under 141, and then I'm going to try to cover at 140. Stop loss will be 144. I am long mRNA. Going to add mRNA over 56. Short ARM, long mRNA. Lift looking good. Okay, adding under 141. Watch the add here to full share size. mRNA full share size to start. 39 cents to go here on ARM.
Amazon at 208. Well, I might have missed Meta there, guys. 577, big number there. Took off without us. Oh, well. I'm a little concerned here on Moderna. Need to see the push ASAP.
Yep, still short ARM, still short mRNA. Come on, ARM, roll over here. Yep. Market as we speak. Remember, we're opening to the green side. Dow's up 20. S&P this morning, or Dow's down 32 this morning. S&P up 20, and the Nasdaq up 121. ARM is right at my stop loss here at 144. And mRNA, wrong direction this morning, mRNA. I'm holding on to mRNA. Anything under 53 will be out of the trade here. ARM will be high today, or the close, I'm sorry, yesterday's close, and I will come out of this trade here with a loss.
Yeah, I'm about to move away from mRNA here in a moment. Tesla, I will short though.
It's crazy to, yep, crazy to think. And I would still like to stay in mRNA. In fact, I'm gonna ignore my stop loss here in mRNA. I really feel the stock is going to come up. It's got great news in a nice market right now. I can't fight the tape, but I'm going to give it a lot more leeway here because I think we're going to turn to the upside. And ARM about ready to come out of ARM. Remember, this was not a full share size trade. Marna is a full share size trade. I came in yesterday, I had 2 trades into the close yesterday, about $64 to the good. And that was a little challenging. Wanted to stay long the market. I may even add to this mRNA trade here. Do something I don't typically do. ARM's still trying to get the short side here. Well, I can't figure out mRNA. Let's take a look at Amazon here. I'm going to put up where Wolf is. Yeah, I'm out of the ARM trade, out of my ARM short here. Starting the day red.
Then we get stopped out of Tesla here. Like the short on JPM right now. Let's see, I'll wait just a little bit longer on Tesla. Not liking the fact that it's above the 200 EMA now. Good pop. Meta Definitely a missed opportunity. I don't know if you guys were able to take that trade, but what a huge move. Huge move on Meta. Still hanging on to mRNA. I may add, but I can't add to a losing trade. So
I'm going to do the same thing, DVG. Whether that's smart or not, as far as trading, probably not not the way to go. But I'm going to add some right here. I'm going to go double share size here at 53, break to the upside. Yeah, Amazon on fire. Okay, 53 right here. Yeah, I came out of the ARM trade, which was my short. Now I've got everything banked on this Marna trade here. Double full share size now on Marna. Target's going to be 55, right by that VWAP, that blue line.
okay, we're out of Tesla. So he wants to move higher. I'm going to fight it. JPM, nice pullback.
Good, keep going here. Yeah, a little over 54 is my break even here. So 55 is going to be a my out here. Come on, let's go. SMCI on its way up. Just mRNA. Yeah, that's probably why, Emily. Yep.
I think Moderna has a shot in the mid 60s today, actually. Been beaten down so much. Decent earnings. Yeah, they're going to have to borrow some money, but let's be mindful that that stock has been worth several $100s. And maybe we see some people buying the dip as we rotate into different markets. That's kind of what I'm counting on. Meta was the big miss for me this morning, guys, unfortunately. I was eyeballing that 577 handle, and man, we'd be up almost 10 points right now. So JPM, nice pullback here. I started a little nibble short position. I didn't post it just because it's a smaller position, but nice move there. Was I too early to the Tesla trade? Maybe. I still think it can roll over maybe down to, I don't know, 284 maybe? We see some more buyers. Yeah.
Come on, Marna.
I was thinking 210 would be a great, a great number on Amazon, but maybe not probable in one big move. And here we are, a day later, we're up at 210 and 209.79. A monster move on Amazon. Watch the cues here. Coming back down, same with the SPY. Video pulling back a little bit. Microsoft looking like it's nonstop. Meta just doesn't care. It's looking for 600, I think, today.
Yeah, I am too. Very surprised with SMCI.
All right, y'all. Watch the cues here. See some big blocks show up here. See if they get bought or sold.
Wow, look at Amazon. Look at ARM. Totally wrong about the ARM trade, and now I'm stuck in Marna too.
Maybe I'll try Tesla again here. 288.30. The downside, we'll see. Well, I can't give Moderna much more. Might have to take a loss here. I need to see it up above 55 very soon, or I will cut it off. Now my target there was, maybe $61. So it'd be huge if we get a massive move like that. I just don't know. Like right now, the price action doesn't look great. Tesla still looks good here under this 288. I don't want to short it again just yet, but keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I did miss the Bros trade this morning, BROS. We talked about that in the pre-market. You kind of get into this trade, like a trade like Marna, where the volume starts to dissipate a little bit. And I don't want to say I'm stuck, but we're not seeing that move back off the bottom here. So going to start to look for trade number 3 for this morning.
Well, I can't do it on the indices just yet. I am watching the SPY and the Qs, right? But seeing this consolidate down near the VWAP on the Qs, it could definitely push higher. You start to fail, maybe. It's hard to go, stand in front of a moving train when markets are moving up so aggressively with such strength.
So true.
Yeah, pullback I think makes sense, but making sense and trading what you see are two different things, right? So, not here to fight the tape. If there's a push higher, we're going to be long these positions. But a name like JPM, seeing such a huge move, I figured I'd give it a shot this morning. We took it for like 2 points. Unfortunately, it wasn't like a massive position.
Come on, Marna.
But, yeah, Moderna should do it here.
55 on Marna.
Yeah.
Be cash money. Remember, I'm double full share size on Marna, and I need that 55. 55 will yeah, there we go. This will really move my day to the green side. I am red this morning right now.
Paul, as we were saying that, I'm actually taking a look at the option chain on Tesla. Slightly out of the money would be like 275. They're like 80 cents, 85 cents. Not terribly expensive, but could be interesting. Take it for like 20 cents or something like that. Take like 20 contracts for just $200 if it moves the opposite direction, 10 cents. Guys, Amazon absolutely ripping, now over 210. Unbelievable. Coulda, shoulda, woulda hold on to some of those from a couple days ago, huh? I'm not mad about it. We took that for a huge gain yesterday. It's a monster trade, so.
Just got to get over that VWAP. You don't know how important that blue line is here in trading until you see the volume come in at or on or right above the VWAP line here. Especially, let's watch Marna here.
SPY session high here.
Come on, get that volume, go. We get over the blue line, we should see 55 easy.
Yep, Trent, I think that's the number. Tesla over 290 should rip, but it's having some trouble up there. Keep an eye on level 2. Only concern
Watch
right
that blue
now.
line traders again right here.
What the Qs and the SPY are going to do here. It is a red trade for me on Moderna at the moment, but if we, at least get in that 55 range, would be nice. So at least I'm not losing that big on this position. I'm going to probably add the JPM here in case we break the 240, in case. And it wasn't a huge position to start with. We already paid ourselves, but I'm going to add a little bit here to see if we can get a little bit of a bigger push to the downside on JPM. All right, let's see Moderna. Come on. I'd love to see a 60 print today on Moderna, but I don't This initial selling is a little concerning, to be fair. I mean, heck, $58 would be amazing. Yeah, Tesla's kind of a 50-50 right near this 288. It's holding pretty well. I'm actually going to pull up the level 2 just to see what order flow looks like. A lot of shares moving through it right now. Again, I think a pullback to 284 would make sense. But the way things are looking is the bulls don't want to lose any of this momentum and just keep pushing markets higher. So, I'm not here to fight the tape on Tesla, but if we do see a breakdown, it could be pretty quick. And if we see over 290, it should rip. Again, hard to deny. SPY printing all-time highs, every second. Q's on their way, printing new all-time high here as well. So watching NVIDIA, maybe Meta on this pullback here. I don't know. I like that 577 on Meta.
EVG, what are you in right now as far as
I
trade?
just have Moderna and JPM. So I have JPM short. I'm watching Tesla for both directions. Like it could literally launch here or tank. So Moderna red trade, JPM green trade, missed my Meta trade. Oh well, didn't want to chase it. Even if I did chase it, it'd probably be up, 4 or 5 points right now, but that's okay. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? Moderna I really don't like this price action, so I might have to at least trim my position. I can always add later. So I'll take a loss here on a portion of my Moderna trade. It's too bad. If I see a 287 print on Tesla, I'll market order to the downside. If I see a 289.5 print, I'll market order to the long side. Here comes JPM. Let's see if we get the break under 240. Okay, Tesla getting close to a potential long position. We'll see. 289.50 area. Okay, I'll wait. Okay, looks good. We're in Tesla. Oh, that was a lousy fill. Hopefully I didn't grab near the top here on Tesla. I was kind of bearish Tesla from the beginning. We got a nice break under 240 now, JPM. I'll take a little bit more off of the JPM trade here in a moment.
Very nice on Tesla now moving higher.
Yeah, I hit a market order and I just got a lousy fill. So we're green on the trade now, but I need to see it now break out over 290. Looking at the put options at 275 right now, they're at 70 cents. Kind of protect my long position here. I might do it just because it's kind of 50-50. NVIDIA now breaking out. New all-time high, 148 and change. Meanwhile, Moderna falling asleep on it. Come on, Tesla, let's go. Get over that 290. Here it comes. Tesla. There it is. Let's go.
Nice breakout here. Super move, DVG. Arm stretching too.
See if we can get a little more on Tesla here.
Dow's up 36, S&P up 29, and the NASDAQ now up almost 200 as we speak.
Tesla, let's go. Most inventory's out. I'll take a small partial here on Tesla.
And 2 o'clock today, you're going to see the Fed meeting come. Excuse me. Fed meeting come out, and we're going to have an interest rate hopefully decrease. That should really boost the markets today. Yeah, I can't get into ARM this high. I can't get into Amazon this high. Maybe a Tesla pullback.
Amazon now 211, guys. Wow. Only one I'm waiting on now, we got Moderna, which meh. I might consider scalping a couple short positions on things like NVIDIA. Maybe. We'll see. The reality is, I think my position is going to be go long certain names. Like we got Tesla here now, 292, beautiful move. I'm going to take a little bit more off of here at the 292 print, and we'll take more on the way up. Just an awesome move on Tesla here. We'll take some more off here. 293 print ideally. There we go. Just took some more off of Tesla.
Good job. To the moon now. It's going to be chasing 300 before we know it.
Let's do it. Yeah, I love that. At this point, it could kind of go autopilot. I'll put the stop at my entry, but it's a nice move. No, 3 points. Why not?
Super nice. Remember, you were saying it could go either way, in which it could, and then once you get past yesterday's close and we start to break out of that pre-market high, direction was set.
I'm going to take a little bit off of JPM here to the downside. This 239 print. We obviously can go further, but I'll put that on autopilot as well. So again, we've got some winning trades. I had a losing trade in Moderna. We trimmed up. We still have a position in Moderna, but if it continues to fade, I'll dump it. But let's see if we can find the next position here. I'm watching Meta still. This 586 level. It's kind of a little too late to the party for me personally, but some big buyers showing up at that level. I want Moderna to look just like the Meta chart. Instead, it's like the inverted version. Yeah, Jim, exactly. I thought for sure it would take a shot at 284. I guess 285.5 is, good enough for a retest. Based on yesterday's price action, we're kind of consolidating up there at the highs. This is like a really long bull flag. So I wasn't sure if we were going to continue the move, and we tried it short, didn't work, and we went long, and sure enough, ta-da! JPM performing. Thank you, JPM. Microsoft bouncing here now, about to break out. Q's session high, SPY session high, everything moving higher, which to me usually translates to pay yourself if you're long. Look at Microsoft go now. Very nice.
Yeah, nothing happening at mRNA. I hope I don't get stopped out of it. Well, I'd like to go long Tesla, but I have to have a pullback here.
Yeah, I'm all out of the JPM trade. Maybe we see a bounce here at this, 239 level. It could continue the breakdown. That's fine, but I wasn't anticipating making as much as I did on it. So good news there on JPM. So JPM, Tesla, initial trade on Tesla, losing trade. And then we went long and ta-da, made up plenty. The ARM trade, what a monster move. Wow. What's Qualcomm doing? BST down, Qualcomm down. SLR doing nothing. Guys, I'm watching this NVIDIA 148 level. What do we do here?
I'll put
Does
NVIDIA
it
back
continue
on
to
here.
push to 150? Or
Actually,
does it start
bros
to
looks
fade
good.
as the Qs pull back? I think, Paul, you were asking about puts. I'm going to grab some on the Qs, actually.
Go long
Won't be a
bros
huge position,
49.
but I'll do that to protect my Tesla.
Take a look at NVDA where Tesla is here real quickly. Yeah, very much like Tesla. I'll keep Tesla back up here. Okay, watch the bros trade here. Those of you that are coming into bros with me, BROS. 49 entry. We'll take 48 stop.
Okay.
Okay, watch bros here, 25 cents away.
There is a tape bomb somewhere in the queues. Somewhere. I don't know where it is exactly, but it's waiting. Again, even if we do see that, the pullback to like 505 even, that's still totally within the range of reason, right? I mean, even like a 1% pullback in markets today wouldn't even accommodate the big move yesterday. So, if anything, that would just be like a perfect retest structurally. So down to like maybe 507 and then bounce.
Come on. Yeah, mRNA now with no volume going to be hard to go, but here we go with Bros. 49 entry on the breakout at the top.
Kev likes Netflix. Yeah. That's so wild though. Netflix is up at $790. Wow. $336 billion market cap. I could see that. COVID really helped their business, didn't it? I mean, once you got hooked on, Netflix or these streaming platforms, I don't think going back to cable was an option. And heck, now all of those stream too, right? So
Okay, target's going to be, now this is going to be tricky here because the 50 is right above this, right? But I'm looking for at least $1 up to 50, maybe not right at 50, but we'll see what we do when we get up to that 49.80. That's probably where I'll take it off.
definitely giving up on the Moderna trade now. I'll still hang on, but it's definitely a trimmed up size, so I'm not really anticipating a big move on that anymore. Watching Meta here at this 586 level, kind of similar to Tesla, that 50-50. Do we break out and go see what 590 looks like, or do we start to retreat back to 577, which would require a pullback in markets? So be cautious. Obviously anything is possible. Trend is up, big time.
Go Bros. Bros looking good on the breakout here. Topside breakout on BROS. Again, target's going to be that 50 area, 49.80, 49.90, right around in there.
Yeah, Kev, exactly. Well, I think it just you offset. So if you're paying $100 a month and cable costs, you're now paying that in streaming services. I know at least I am. Yeah, Amazon Prime, you could argue you pay that in your fee, but like all the other ones, half the time I forget I even have some of these subscriptions like Hulu. We never watch it, but we have it. We got it through our cell phone provider or something. Okay, I'm going to load up on these puts on the Qs. The stop will be 512. I don't know how that's going to reflect on my premium, but I'm just going to start to protect my Tesla upside move. We're out of the JPM short. I'm watching Meta now take off without me again, which fine, that's okay. But I'm seeing a small pullback here in Amazon. No surprise. It got up to what, 212 and change? Where did it go? Yeah, 212.25. So maybe we see some people taking a little profit after a massive move. Moderna, what an unfortunate, trade that was. We both got stuck in that one, Scott. I mean, I'm still little size. I don't know if you trimmed up or not, but very tempting. Let's see. Amazon, Nvidia. Okay. Now we're printing on those Qs. Okay. That's good.
Okay, nice move here. This is where I'm going to exit on Bros now. We're up over 50. This is going to be a big 1-point trade. In fact, this trade here just turned me green from my losing trade on ARM this morning. So out 3/4 of trade on Bros 50-10, and I'm out. Okay, one winner, one loser, and I still have mRNA, which is a losing trade right now. But green for the moment. Nice move on BROS. Topside breakout move here.
Here come the Qs. Good news is Tesla's making me money. Now my puts on the Qs are making me money. So if we, see a pullback in Tesla, fine. Kind of getting that back with the Qs. But I've been taking partials on the way up. Tesla about to break out over 294. Let's go. Let's go. Why not? I'll take a little bit more off of Tesla here in the 294 print. So green on the day. Just wish we were a little greener, to be honest. That meta trade would have made a huge difference for me, but oh well.
Wow, Tesla, another breakout here.
Yeah, moving up my stop actually on Tesla. 291.50. So can't lose on that trade now. We've been paying ourselves all the way up. Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up, Kev. I was looking at coin this morning, and I saw the big spike and then a pullback, and I thought maybe that was the time for it to start tanking. Obviously not, but hopefully we were able to take advantage of that. I wasn't watching it at the time. Can I get a 295 print on Tesla? If I do, that'll be my last partial, and then I'll just move my stop loss up and let the thing go. It's right there.
Yeah, just 100 shares left on Bros right now. And I'm going to get stopped out of mRNA, I think, under the low here. I'll give it a little bit more, but I'm about sick of the trade. But if I take it, it's going to be a nice loss, pretty big loss.
Probably double the size of my Q position if we break this previous low here. That's 510.56. I'll just double my size on the puts. In the event we get a big pullback, we've been paying ourselves on the way up on Tesla, so can't lose on that trade. That's no matter what, we banked a nice winner there. But again, I'm kind of apprehensive on someone sitting around with like 400,000 or 500,000 shares on the Qs, which is collectively, that means they probably have stock reflecting that. Meta, Microsoft, Google, so on and so forth. I could be wrong, and that's okay. Take a small loss if that happens on the Qs. Like if you start pushing, that 512.
Come on, Marna. Some of these pullbacks will be buyable, Tesla being one of them. Yeah, you're right. I saw SMCI earlier, and it's amazing that even with all the bad news, the stock has moved back up, right?
Okay, just doubled the size on my Q puts here. Definitely using it as a hedge, right? If in fact, let's just say we go check out 508.50 and take a big chunk of that position off, bank some profits. Maybe Tesla moves down $1 or $2, maybe, but we're still, in the money on Tesla. Again, don't know how many of you guys use that. I know Paul does in our community, but figure I'd share that just so maybe Paul will take advantage of it. Yeah, Moderna, what a disappointment for us, Scott, huh? I'm going to see what it does here at the close, but definitely more, like, glad I trimmed up a bit, but man, like, it's just terrible to see it fall back to the close, give up all the gains it had from the earnings call. So maybe we find some buyers here that missed out, but I don't know.
Yeah. A couple more pennies here on mRNA.
All right, I'm going to take my
And not much of a
last
pullback on
partial
Tesla.
on Tesla. right here, close enough for me to that 295 print. If it continues, great, but that'll be the last partial. Otherwise, I'll close out the position. I'm going to move my stop loss up just over 292. Can't lose on this trade, guys. Beautiful trade. Some of you guys are able to take advantage of it. I'm watching NVIDIA right now, and maybe we're going to pull back up here, but hard to short things when you've got SPY printing new session highs. There's that 295 print on Tesla. Thank you.
Look at ARM. Amazon coming back down could be a. All right, Jim. We'll see you this afternoon.
Tesla, baby. Wow. Wonderful move. All right, if the Qs break under 510.50, I'll add even more to the puts. I think buyers are getting a little tired here, looking maybe for a retest in the 508 area. So I may get out of my entire position in Tesla here. I'll wait. Again, assuming that the Qs break down. If they continue to move higher, I'm, no harm in holding on. Let it grow.
Look at that mRNA bounce. Now, I just missed a DVG on the Tesla trade. Was going to take it right at the top here. Man.
296 now. I think 300 is going to happen. There you have it. Little coin here. Only trouble I have with that, Kev, is yesterday. That was kind of the high of the print, really. Maybe what was it, 257? So you'd be looking for a 3-point topside breakout. So your call, and we're running into the close. So not so sure on that one. Oh, Tesla's not stopping.
Nope. Going to be a big day for that stock here. Yeah, I just got a message. Thank goodness for bros. Yeah, absolutely. I'm out of the full stock now on BROS. I'm waiting for a Tesla pullback, ARM pullback, Amazon even right now. I think is going to be a 211 trade. I'll post it here. Going to go long Amazon AMZN 211. 210 stop, 212 target.
I'm going to add to Tesla here, actually. I mean, it doesn't care. 300's coming. So I'm going to add here. See if we get a 299 print maybe. Well, start peeling some off here. We're printing 12-month highs as we speak. So looking for some more topside move here on Tesla. Normally, like I would never take a trade that's moved up this high, right? But the good news is we started our position. So being able to add after taking partials, like, yeah, I'm adding a bigger shift to my dollar cost, but we've already paid ourselves on the way up. So my risk will be pretty small here if there is a big pullback.
Yeah, ARM just saving it. I mean, mRNA saving itself for the time being here. See what ARM does here. Watch the Amazon trade. I think we're going to get into this one here.
So the shift will be this. No matter what, we're going to bank profit in Tesla, right? If, like I'm starting to see Microsoft kind of stabilize at this 422 level, maybe looking to break down 148 on NVIDIA. That's why we have the Qs as a hedge. So I could technically triple my position there and take full advantage of it. If we do have a pullback, take advantage of that. And if we decide to move higher, well, then I can buy into some other positions and dump those puts pretty quickly. Kev, now I'm watching coin realistically right around 147 maybe. Let's see what it does around there. Sorry, 247. I said 147. Okay, there's a retest there on the Qs at 510.56 to the penny. Let's see what happens. Do we find more selling? For healthy markets, I think we should. There it is. See how much follow through we get with that. Man, Boeing, what a stock that is. Just the emotional roller coaster. Drops to 140 something and pops to 150 something and back down. Unbelievable, that stock. Come on, Moderna.
Yep. I don't dare buy any more of it. No. I'm just going to hold on here. I'll add to the Amazon trade if it gets going.
So I'm going to keep an eye on coin. I'm going to take a pause here. I'm going to go grab some tea. So I'll be back. Give me 5-10 minutes.
Watch the Amazon trade again, 211 entry here.
Just popped over. Q's looking like it's gaining some strength. So might be open to dumping these puts here in a bit. I'll wait, but real strong turnaround there. Kind of putting in a double bottom for the day here up at the top at 510.56. So good news is we've got Tesla moving. BA just broke out. NVIDIA, keeping an eye on NVIDIA. And our friends at Meta. Be right back.
Okay, watch the entry here on Amazon. Yeah, it is, Kevin. That's why we're getting that hesitation on Amazon. Watch it, 211 entry here, 211.
All right, guys, I'm adding a little more to my Q puts here. I think this is the breakdown. I want to see a break under the VWAP. I'd like to see a 509 to 508 print, somewhere in between there. And I'll probably take 3/4 of that off. Again, making some tea, so I'll be right back. But just, popped over to keep an eye on stuff. And I like this this fade here. We should get a breakdown this go around on the Qs. Don't be surprised though. It might be quick to bounce right off of that 509, 508 level. So let's see if we find a big seller.
Okay, mRNA, a little help. Again, I need to get to 55 on this trade here. Just babysitting the trade right now. Trades, I'll be right back. Okay, traders, I am in the Amazon trade now, and again, 212 is my target, 212 on Amazon. And boy, I'll tell you what, we could turn this thing around if we get mRNA kicking. We're going to be good here. Come on, Amazon. Yeah, we'll get up to that 211.80 or 211.90 and then come up. Go, baby, go. Gonna give it 10 more cents on Amazon, then I'm gonna come out of Amazon as well. Then the only thing I'll have left is mRNA. Just spiked up there. A little pullback here. Let's see if it goes now.
Well, it just came back to take a look at the Q position get stopped out. Gave back a few $100 there. Totally fine with that protection against other trades here. But look at BA. Microsoft breaking out. Meta breaking out. 590 is a reality now. I think 600 is within reach. Maybe the Qs just take off here. Coin now. I think who's talking about that? Kev maybe? Yeah, Kev. That pullback to 250 looked nice. Microsoft on a tear now. Full-blown breakout. Problem is it's pushing Bollinger Bands. BA completely destroying the Bollinger Bands, like really outside of its limits. What kind of news did they have to do that? Split China airline jet orders with Airbus. How is that good news? I don't get that. Well, I'm going to have trouble finding a trade at these highs. I still have Moderna on, Tesla on. We're all out of JPM. Meta, we missed on that one today, folks, unfortunately. So I'm going to sip on this tea. Let's see if we can find another trade in the meantime, but I'll be watching for pullbacks and for strong stocks to hold support. I won't give back a whole lot on the Tesla trade because that ad did increase my cost basis. So overall, green day though, no complaints. Just wish could have been a bigger green day, but that's okay. And ain't that the truth? It's how it always goes, isn't it?
Always, always, always.
So I'm here, but I'll be on mute, just sipping on the tea. So
yeah, I'm going to take off DVG. I've got to get out of here by 11 traders, so I will see everybody around 2 o'clock for hopefully some fireworks today. Now, listen, if you're stuck in a position like I am in mRNA, low of the day, I'm going to be out of this trade. I'm coming out of Amazon here, just about 6 cents to the good, so I'm going to pare that down, and then I'll be back here. Hopefully, mRNA takes off. This could be a big trading day for me. It could be a nice losing day for me. Right now, I'm green, and we'll see you back here at around 2. Hopefully, Qs just stay just about where they are right now. It's going to get slow until that 2 o'clock comes, and then we should start to pick up. So I'll see you a little bit later. DVG, good trading today, my friend, and look forward to trading with you this afternoon.
Sounds good. Thanks, Scott. So I know everybody, kind of, we'll say the pundits are saying we will for sure get a quarter percent rate cut. Curious to get your perspective, y'all. Let's see. Do we get 0.25% rate cut? So I'm going to ask a poll. We have a yes. We have a no. And then we have a higher option or lower. So actually I should say hike, rate hike, or bigger cut. Let's see what y'all think. Don't be shy, no wrong answer. Just curious to get the poll or the pulse from our community here. Do we get a quarter% rate cut this afternoon, a higher rate cut, or do we actually do a rate hike? Looks like about 50-50 almost. On the yes, we get the rate cut, or the no. No one thinking a bigger cut or a rate hike, huh? Okay. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Oh, wow. Exactly 50-50. I think, did someone adjust their vote? Right on. Appreciate y'all participating. Yeah, we're literally right in the middle, 50-50. So half of us think we're going to get the cut, half of us don't. So we shall see this afternoon. Appreciate y'all participating in that. It's always kind of fun. We have these big events coming up. What I'm curious is, if we don't get the cut, what does that do for markets? I would argue that right now we're baking a lot of that in. I mean, heck, even Tesla being up as high as it is, I get there's some hype with Elon and the Donald Trump win, et cetera, and their participation together. But a lot of what he's going to need is he's going to need that rate cut for solar side of his business, for financing the vehicles. Like right now, they're actually doing some in-house financing at Tesla, which is interesting. But not sure how long they'll be able to do that sustain. Just because the resale value for Teslas right now are not doing very well. Unfortunately, my horrible trade for the day was Moderna, and Scott and I kind of took the same one, but really a little disappointing. I thought at these levels, it's been beat up so bad that with a good earnings report being up 12%, yeah, sure, a pullback made sense, but no follow through. That's a little disappointing. But meanwhile, markets more broadly look incredible. We talk about the big two that we want to see lead the way, financials and tech. And if you look at those more broadly, they are healthy right now. So as long as those stay healthy, I think markets have some optimism built in. Seeing a small pullback in the financials today, JPM down 3.4%. Goldman Sachs about 1.3%. American Express down 2.25%. So again, not surprising, but worth noting. I mean, they're up at all-time highs. So people taking profit. Think about it. If you're a JPM investor from, I don't know, 10 years ago, you basically tripled your money, maybe even more. So when markets gives you gifts, you take them. We got 298 print on Tesla. Yay. Very tempted to close out my position here, but I don't know. Maybe we try that 300. Maybe. I will take some off if I see a 299 print, though, for sure. Apple just trading sideways. By the way, if any of you guys took that yin swing trade with me, we're back up to 37 bucks. How about it? Multiple opportunities to get into that trade. We took a partial when we got in the 36s the other day. So I was delighted to see that huge move overnight. Literally just completely, we shifted lower and basically completely made up for all that loss in one evening session. So still pretty bullish on that yin trade. Medium term here. It'll force additional stimulus in Asia markets. Don't do it, Tesla. Come on, keep going. Well, guys, I think NVIDIA is officially holding up this 148 level. Does it become a new base for a bigger launch up to the 150s? Question mark. Or do we start to aim lower? Kind of my concern right now. PE ratio currently almost at 66. So if it's me, I'd rather own a Microsoft at 34 PE than an NVIDIA, to be honest. I get NVIDIA's not going anywhere anytime soon, but it is officially the biggest, baddest company. like orders of magnitude as well, based on market cap, obviously. JPM now down at 237. We got out a little bit early. That's okay. Gonna pull back here on NVIDIA. Right at the VWAP. See what it does. Do I dare step in front of this moving train called Microsoft? Very nice. Chris, 13%. Got Amazon at the peak. See you all tomorrow. Right on, Chris. Bess has a question. How do you stay calm if the trade goes against you? Well, it's part of the game. You got to be, we talked about it, winning buckets, losing spoons, right? It happens sometimes. You know, Moderna I thought would stabilize as an example this morning, $55. It didn't. Trimmed my position when we got a bounce to 54 and change. Wasn't ideal because I thought maybe we'd turn around and take off, but we didn't. So cut my position half. I still have a position that's red on Moderna, but it's not the only trade I have out there, right? So the same way you would want to invest, you want to diversify trades. You know, for me, like JPM had such an aggressive move to the upside, I figured I'd nibble a short, added to it, and then took partials as we broke down. My target was 240. We got there, banked the money. Tesla, kind of the same thing, right? We tried to short it, went against, got out, right? I'm not here to fight the tape. You know, is it frustrating to lose? Sure. I mean, well, you got to remember, if you're doing this as a profession, it's, like the Qs, for example, right? Had some puts, added to the puts, thought we would get the breakdown as we saw a move to break below that 510.56. We got to 510.35 and pushed higher. Again, no surprise. Trend is higher, right? It was more of a hedge against, my trade on Tesla. In the event we move down, I'd make a ton of money on that Q's position. And technically, the Q's still could pull back. I think, again, it would be healthy for market structure to get a little pullback, at least at 508 level in the Q's, but it doesn't have to happen. Right? There's no guarantees on any of this stuff. You got to watch order flow. You got to watch price action. You got to look at key levels, right? And the challenge is a lot of these levels are make believe right now because we're at all-time highs. So you don't want to really go against all-time highs. Maybe like I was doing, hedge some of those positions if you're long trades. But as we identify levels and we see buyers kind of slow down, like look at Nvidia, it's 148 level, right? I was eyeballing it. Am I willing to risk, $1 to win 40 cents? Probably not. It's not really an ideal trade. But now I get to watch what Nvidia does up at these levels, right? Do we start to peak here? Do we actually start to create a consolidation so we could see some additional accumulation, or do we see a massive distribution, right? So again, it's why I use different levels, different indicators, etc. I've simplified it for us here in the channel, right, or the community, having the moving averages. But I also look at things differently elsewhere, big levels, right? And I think that's the good news is the stuff that we've learned as a community together, stuff you've learned as a trader collectively, like it'll be applicable right now as we move to all-time highs. So understanding how to find levels, understanding how to identify where we're seeing price action, like the fact that we hit a round number today on the SPY at 595, right on the nose. That tells you psychological levels are definitely real, round numbers, right? But where's the top now? Is it now? Is it tomorrow? Is it next week? Is it December? Is it January? Who knows? It's not your goal to predict the future. It's to trade the future. So sometimes you'll get it right. Sometimes you don't. For me, I try to keep my losses pretty small, right? Sometimes they get away from me. It happens. Even, gosh, the Moderna trade cost me more than I really wanted to. I didn't want to trade out on the spike when we dumped down to 52 bucks. Waited for the bounce, but as soon as I saw that 54 and change fail, I didn't have a choice. Had to trim, right? And it's still a losing trade right now. The only reason I'm holding on to it is, frankly, they had a decent report, right? We've got a few other products in delivery, and frankly, guys, it's a cheaper stock, so I don't mind, holding a few more shares. If it's like Meta, where it's like $590 a share. Like that gets expensive pretty fast if it moves against you. So yeah, I hope that helps. Best to answer your question. I know it's long-winded, but let's see. Stubborn. It sounds like, oh, you're stubborn. Chris, coffee, listen to AC/DC. Yeah, for me, it's tea. I always have music playing in the background. I've got the news playing. Like the music obviously is really kind of muted, very dull in the background. But I've got news coming in, different channels all the time, just listening in. AC/DC. Moderna cost me $50 today. One COVID shop today. It's costing me a lot more than $50, but I hear what you're saying, right? It happens. Like for me, days like today, so when I journal and go back, like I actually marked 577 on Meta. That's the level I wanted to see it hit for me to start a long position. And you guys know I like to short Meta, but seeing the price action we had yesterday, today, like obviously it's benefiting the Mag 7 names, right? And markets are moving higher. So why fight the tape? Go with it, right? 577 printed. I was messing with Moderna, and that move cost me what? 13 points. And let's just say I took half share size on that. That's a big move. That's a nice day. Coulda, shoulda, woulda is what it is. But trading to a plan is important. Understanding your risk reward ratio is important. But it's okay in this business. It's okay being wrong. The question is, like I always, when I talk to my wife, I say, look, the benefit of this business, I get to control how much money I lose, not how much money I make. And it's important to kind of think that way in this business. Like, not to say you want to come in with a mindset of losing, but when you think that way, it changes the narrative, right? Where you're like, hey, I'm not going to lose $300 today, whatever, fill in the blank number, right? But as you get better at trading and identifying levels, you don't want to just buy in to just buy in. That's gambling, right? But if you see, like, let's say, for example, NVIDIA, we know 148 has become kind of a level. It's bouncing here just above the 200 EMA. It's now approaching the VWAP. Okay, what would be my risk on this trade? Maybe 20 cents if I was trying to go long. That said, I'm seeing the Qs and the SPY round out at the top. So do I really want to take that trade, or would I rather take a Microsoft trade that's breaking out? You answer that however you want, right? But depending on your trading style will determine when you get in and out of those types of positions, right? So all that to say, everyone has a style of trading. Everybody uses their own indicators, everybody, etc. But the biggest thing in this business is risk management. If you make $30 on a trade and you lose 900 on the next trade, you're not being a disciplined trader. You're gambling, right? So it's tough. I know it's I don't want to say human nature or instinctual. Like, again, I use the gambling analogy a lot. Like, you kind of see what someone's like if you go to a casino, right? And you go, hey, I'm gonna play $500, and then you see them take out another 2,000, another 5,000, another 10,000, whatever. It's like, okay, it's time for you to go. Like, you could go to a really nice vacation for $5,000, right? Do that instead. But I get it. That's part of, again, treating this as a business, being disciplined, noting and being aware that you're going to have, if you take gains on this in this business, you pay taxes on this business. So all the more reason, right? You don't want to lose in buckets and win in spoons. That's a bad deal, right? My biggest trouble was I used to beat myself up. Let's say, for example, I shorted JPM today, right? I took it for maybe 3.5, maybe 3 points, 3.5 points, something like that. And, you know, wrapped it up in that 238 print when we bottomed out at 238.35 initially throughout the day. So off that bounce. And now it's breaking below 237 almost, right? I used to look at trades like that and go, oh man, I left so much on the table, right? I don't do that anymore. Because how I trade works for me. I make money doing it the way I do, which is get paid. Get paid, get out of the way. If you're looking to invest, right, that's a different mindset. If you're looking to be a swing trader, different mindset, you know. Something I heard from a longtime trader years ago was, let's say you're taking a trade. I'm going to look at Tesla right now because I'm in it, right? So it's just doing whatever. But let's just say, for example, you wanted to get in Tesla long. And let's say you wanted to go in like right now, 297.20 is where it's printing, right? What would your stop loss be? Maybe let's make that a question. I don't know, Bess, if you're still listening, but I think Bess left. Did we lose him? Did we lose Bess? I think he's gone. Oh, there you are. Okay. I didn't see your name on our list for some reason. But like, let's use that Tesla as an example. So 297.20 was the area I was talking about. Now, if you were to buy in at 297.20, what would your stop loss be? No wrong answer. Right under high of day. Your stop would be right under high of day. You're saying to short? I'm saying if you wanted to go long. Okay, yeah, Ed, fine. But let's just say, for sake of this, you know, exercise, 297.20. Let's say you were like, hey, I want to go long Tesla. Where would your stop loss be? 50 cents, but you'd buy 50 shares. Okay. So the reason I share this is, again, years ago, I heard from this guy that's been investing like longer than I've been alive. He said, put your entry at your stop loss. Like, let's say right now, if you were like, I want to get in at 297.20. Ooh, I want to jump in. I want to jump in, right? Put your entry at your stop loss and watch how many times it gets filled. And it was kind of an interesting, I'd say, thought process for me when I heard that, because how many times do we see a certain level? Like we talked about 207 on Amazon, right? It was like 207 is kind of my magic number, and anything above that would be a gift. But we hit it yesterday, like almost on the nose. I think what did we peak out at? 207. What did we peak out yesterday? Right at the close, 207.55, which is pretty incredible, right? So what I'm trying to get better at is the same way I'm really good at dumping losers fast, right? I want to get better at like just hanging on until my target. But the way I trade is rule number one: pay yourself first, right? And I have no problem with doing that. That's what's helped me remain a profitable trader versus just waiting for my whole position to get to target price. If that was the case, I would have had to bounce around all day yesterday, you know, up to 206, down to 203, which I did, but with smaller size. And, you know, got paid at that 207 print, which is awesome. All that to say, like, even I'm trying to improve every day. I've been doing this a long time, but, you know, you got to do what works for you. And the big thing for me is, again, risk management. Like, if I'm going to risk $300 on a trade, I better be willing to make 1,000, right? That's kind of what happened on those puts earlier, right? Gave back, I think, $246. But the upside, if we broke to 208, 209, target price on that would have been make about $1,100. Anyway, hope that helps. Add 296.17 if you went long. Yeah, so you give it about a point, right? Okay. Like I have a tendency to not chase trades. You guys have seen that. Like even Meta, right? Meta was the one I'm like, oh man, even when it was at, you know, 280 or sorry, 580. I'm like, oh, I missed it. Realistically, I left 9 points on the table. Would have got in there, right? But I know how I trade at 580. That's a round number resistance. Maybe we get to 585, but am I going to hang on till 591? Maybe with a really small position, but I'm not going to hold on all day to wait and hope that that happens. You know what I mean? So I'll have to say again, we all have different styles, but I'm not the type of trader that I don't chase. I don't chase a trade, hoping for something to happen. Like even Tesla, Tesla was a 50-50 trade. We tried to short it, didn't work, got stopped out. And I was like, wait a minute, this actually looks better for a long. Now it's over the 200 EMA. If we pop over the high session, we should break out 290. We did. We made some money. Obviously, if that didn't work out, I would have been out of that trade too and take a loss. Like no big deal. So anyway, I digress. Hopefully that helps. And make no mistake, Bess, I am not a perfect trader, my friend. I make plenty of mistakes. I take losses just like everyone else. Difference is just how good are you at taking the loss? And there's ways you can analyze that too, by the way, if you're journaling your trades. Like say, for example, if I know my average time in a trade is less than 25 minutes and I'm in a trade for 3 hours and my batting average on 3-hour long trades is like 4%, then I'm not going to hold a position that long. Yin is an exception because I knew that was a swing trade. We talked about it even as we were building that position, right? And didn't mind building all the way down to $32, like 31, $32. Under 30, it would be a dead position for me, but I didn't mind building it at that level. We got there, we popped, banked some profit. Now I'm just letting it go. Like let it do its thing. If it drops to $30, fine. I give back a little, a couple points on that swing, but it's different. That's a different trade, different mindset, different time frame that I'm looking at for yin as an example. But day trading wise, like I know my average time in a trade, and it's about what I said, about 25 minutes on average. Runners don't count for me. Like I look at runners, like if I'm going to hold them, like Tesla right now, the only reason I'm holding them is it's profitable. I have a stop loss in place, so if it tags my stop loss, bummer. But I keep moving my stop loss higher and higher the higher it goes. Yes, that's okay, man. It's okay to get out too soon, as long as it's you're banking profits. There's nothing wrong with that. And as you get more accustomed to your style, your comfort zone, whatever, or it could be share size, right? Like if you're trading, for example, I don't know. We all have different risk tolerances, right? But let's just say you're trading, I don't know, 100 shares, 50 shares, whatever it is, and it makes you squeamish with every cent that moves. You're probably trading too big a size. Like for Moderna, for example, right? If I hit it for 1,000 shares and I lose 50 cents on it, it's $500. That's a bummer. But seeing it drop 3 points, that's no bueno. Makes for a really bad day, right? But getting out at $500, yeah, it hurts, but I can recover from that, and we did. JPM paid for a big chunk of that. Tesla made me green on the day, but hopefully that makes sense. And your style of trading adapts and grows, and use this community, right? That's why we're all here. There's a mountain of knowledge in this community from all of our traders. So I appreciate all of you traders that post your trades. It's okay to be wrong, right? It's also okay to be right. And what's great is like that's the idea, right? Share some ideas. Like as you guys post, hey, you know, heard this or heard this news, or hey, this report's coming out. Like that's perfect, guys. Like it's really hard to do this solo, right? And I say that like there's plenty of people that do, but there's a lot of information out there to consume. So having eyes in different sectors, you know, people taking different trades, people trading different sizes, it all helps. And then, you know, you can start to share ideas with people that trade similar to you, you know? Maybe one day for me, I can, you know, take 100,000 share position. That would be amazing. But we're not quite there yet, folks. We're not quite there yet. So I use the 1 minute best for day trading. Once we go to like afternoon sessions, you know, basically anything past 11:30, 12, I use a 5 minute. Just kind of keep an eye on things. Assuming I'm in a trade, right? In some cases, I'm kind of done. You know, usually by 11, 11:30, try to call it a day, green day, red day, whatever it is. What you don't want to do is sit in front of the computer all day, hoping to find another trade, another trade, another trade, and compound. If you're having like a red day, and then now you're compounding your red trade because you're making revenge trades or just, you know, trying to quote unquote make it up, that can lead to disastrous results potentially. So I don't always recommend that. But cue the disclaimer, right? Trading securities is risky. It's your money. Risk it how you want to, guys. But hopefully you're, you know, learning a thing or two, being part of this community of, you know, different indicators, different levels, what to look out for, what sectors coming out, what news, what's the impact, what are the relationships, right? How to look at order flow, right? It's kind of the goal. And obviously, you can make your own decision on whether you want to take a trade or not. But anyways, I digress. Let's look around. Let's see what we can find. What are we looking at, folks? I am watching coin right now. I think Kev was watching that at the 254 level, but I'm seeing how it behaves here near the top. Tesla's making me, I don't want to say nervous because it's not true. I do think Tesla will get a push though, 299 and change is kind of what I'm anticipating. But Bitcoin stabilizing at the 75.5 area. Can't believe I'm saying that out loud. 75,000. It just peaked an all-time high today. 76,490 or $481. Excuse me, that was yesterday. Today, $46,251. Still incredible. I mean, what a huge move on crypto, huh? So by the way, we were talking about NVIDIA and Microsoft. Both trades would have been viable when we were talking about them. Let's look around at oh, that's a gross chart. You guys take a look at Lulu today. Yikes. Straight up, straight down. 2 days in a row. Push to 320 and change, right back down 10 bucks. That's sending a message, by the way. I won't say, but that should be a glaring issue. Into earnings, I'm going to be watching, or sorry, rate cuts rather. I'll be keeping an eye on BX, BLK, XLRE, ENPH, and obviously the Mag 7. Banks are going to be interesting. I think majority of that optimism is kind of baked in. So like, let's say a name like JPM, maybe we get up to like 241, 242 if the rate cuts do in fact happen. If they don't, be expecting a pullback there. What I'm kind of interested to see those, you got KRE, right, that pushed all-time highs yesterday and even in pre-market. So that's for like regional banks, right? It's ETF for regional banks. And yet, if we don't get a rate cut, it'll look kind of like what it does at the moment, maybe lower, right? But why the sell-off? That to me is like maybe there's not as much optimism around this quarter point rate cut. So keep an eye on interest rate sensitive. Carvana, probably be another one. Carvana has been performing pretty well overall as a stock, but again, interest rates have an impact on different sectors differently, and it's kind of important to have a plan ahead of things like interest rate decisions or earnings or, right, fill in the blank. I'm going to probably step away. I'll be back with Scott around 2 o'clock, see if I can pick up any other trades. But in the meantime, keep your eyes on the Mag 7. Obviously, majority of your liquidity is moving in those names. You know, more broadly, take a look at your heat map. Hopefully you're able to see kind of what's out there. We're seeing some pullback in the financial sector, energy, also kind of down about 1% or so. But these markets love to rotate. So if we start seeing some rotation this afternoon, don't be opposed to have your eye on a couple names that, you know, you think may benefit from rate cuts or conversely get impacted by rate cuts or lack thereof. So like I said, I'll be back in about 2 o'clock. I'll see you guys then. Trade safe in the meantime, and we will chat soon. Cheers. Sorry, I just got a question from Martin's. Let's see, do you use extra software like TradingView or TC? How many monitors you look at? Okay. So I've got 2 big 49-inch like wide monitors stacked on top of each other. And I do use TradingView. That's like I do all my charting in TradingView. I just find it's a lot, you know, a little more intuitive, a little easier for me to use. But as far as research goes, like it's a huge list. Like where I get news, where I look at data from. I mean, there's a ton of stuff. Some of it's free, some of it I pay for. You know, some of it's even candidly, some of it's repetitive. So I actually just got rid of the Market Watch tool and, you know, kept my Seeking Alpha subscription. But yeah, there's a ton of different data sources that some of them are free and they're great. You know, you find like analysts that create overviews of certain things, whether it's sector related, like, you know, I mentioned interest rates and Carvana and what that might look like and resale values of cars. Cox Automotive puts out a report that looks like that, covers all like Manheim auctions and all that stuff. So just kind of like as soon as I sign off here, 9 times out of 10, I'm nosing some kind of research, whether it's about a specific sector or company, reviewing earnings in some cases. So when I say I treat it like a profession, it really is. Like it's not like I sign off here and it's, you know, see you later. I'm researching what's next. Number one. Number two, yeah, sometimes I take a motorcycle for a ride or go for drive somewhere or whatever. But I treat this like a business, big time, and hopefully you guys do the same. I get it. There's other things we could be doing, but the joy is like if, let's say, for example, you make $1,000, you make $1,000 in a day. That's $250,000 a year. That's a good living. And if you can use that time to educate yourself, find things that you're passionate about, right? For me, it's obviously markets. It's also having other businesses. So if you're able to do that and allocate your time accordingly, and spend time with your family and all other fun stuff. That's very important. That's when I think of the trader's lifestyle. That's what's given me the luxury of this business. Fingers crossed, I'm able to do this, full time forever. That would be amazing, but you never know, right? Life changes happen, and sometimes maybe you got to go back and get a full time gig to cover costs of things. It happens, right? We're all human, but that's a whole nother topic of discussion, right? Anyhow, well, listen, I will be back, like I said, around 2 o'clock. I'll be joining Scott this afternoon as the Fed rate decision is made. See what markets do. Right now, algos are in control to the buy side, moving SPY higher, Q higher. Microsoft breaking out, Meta's breaking out. I'm not even looking at Apple, but it's probably holding up pretty well. Amazon up at all-time highs. Guys, these markets are on fire. And they're absolutely ripping. But trade safe. We'll see you guys at 2 o'clock. Cheers. Good afternoon, 44 Trade Nation. We're 1 minute away from Fed rate decision. Again, expected move about a quarter point, 25 basis points. Keeping an eye on names like Carvana, KRE, Coin. Curious to see what the SPY does. Watching Caterpillar as well. Seeing if we see rotation in names like Caterpillar. If we do in fact get the cut. Watching Carvana 244 area. It's at 242 now. If we breach the VWAP, might be a good opportunity to go long if they do get the cuts. If they don't, happy to short it. Four and a half percent. They got the quarter point. Yep, 25 basis points. Officially out. Not a big move. Let's see what happens. How you doing, Scott? Welcome back. There it is.
Is everybody here?
There's the pop.
Here comes the
242. I'm watching Carvana.
I'm going to watch ARM here to see if we get a move up. Or Amazon, more importantly here. 210 Amazon. I'll post this trade. How is everybody this afternoon? Hopefully you're doing well. See if this pops us here. What is the, I didn't look at the news. I'm just watching the overall market here.
We got the 25 basis points. The cut is in.
See if I can get a trade off here. Amazon. Not really moving, right?
No, it's kind of just, maybe baked in, priced in already. We'll see.
I was going to say, yep.
We've got names like KRE, First Solar, Carvana as well. I don't like this subtle rejection here at the top. So was expecting a bigger move. So maybe it is baked in. Maybe we see people taking profits here. I don't know yet.
Okay, watch the Amazon trade here. I plan to come into the trade here at the break of 210 if we get there. Positive news for the marketplace, no doubt.
Yeah, Europe cut theirs by a quarter earlier this morning. So not surprising to see us kind of do the same, but there's Carvana now rejecting the 242 print. I'm tempted to short some of this stuff.
I mean, if we're not moving on this big news, what is going to move it, right?
That's just it, yeah. And then we've got the press conference coming up, so like anything they can say could probably ruin things than help it. So obviously that's coming up here in half an hour.
No trade Amazon?
Yeah, to see KRE pull back on that news, like it's expecting to get that quarter point, so it's a little concerning. All right, I'm going to short Carvana right here, 241.30. So that Moderna trade that we were looking at earlier today, Scott, it makes a little more sense now because um, Kennedy's likely joining the campaign with Trump. So I think that's a big reason why it sold off today. Okay, we're in Carvana short. If I break 241, I'll add. That said, if we bounce over the VWAP, I will get out of that position. Seeing the carry print a new low of session.
You know, all I can say is we've been up all day. So I mean, what's another leg higher? You know, not a big deal.
Yeah.
Surprised we're not gaining. I'm surprised we're not moving.
Okay, getting ready to add here on Carvana. I don't know if anybody took Carvana or not, but okay, just going to add here, market order, Carvana. Ooh, interesting news. What do we have after the close today? We've got DraftKings, Block, Rivian, Unity, Trade Desk, Affirm, Pinterest, Airbnb, and Fortinet reporting. And a small lift on First Solar here off the bottom. All right, looking for some more follow through here on Carvana. Hopefully we can get it. So we didn't find like a base here, a double bottom, but Nvidia's moving.
Come on. Not much of a move at all.
What do the 508 Qs cost? 70 cents. Coin on the move. No, 70 cents. Let's see.
Then we got to worry about the VWAP right above here on Amazon. We'll see.
Carvana moving slightly against. It's okay. I mean, it'd be okay, being long Carvana, short Carvana, KRE, kind of the same thing. I just think maybe we're buy the rumor, sell the news, baked in the quarter point. We got it, and now do we move higher because you got the news you wanted, or do we move lower because you priced it in? Well, I thought there'd be a little bit more fireworks.
Yeah, really. We've got nothing happening. In fact, that went off without really a hitch. I was looking at Tesla. That got a little bit of a kick, but SMCI, that's not blasting off. Nothing happening really.
The traders had left for the day.
Yeah, I think so.
They just left the algos to figure it out. Yeah, Mark, I'm with you too.
Yep. So he's coming up at the half hour, right at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah. Trouble is usually he'll say hi and then markets drop. So
Right.
I don't
No
know what's going to happen here, but this Carvana position, not loving the fact that it bounced here, but the expected move is you get the cut, you should move higher. So I'm okay with switching gears on some of these trades, but
Yeah, because right now we're not doing anything. Look at ARM. I mean, it looks like we're sleeping right now.
everything's just kind of staying put. I don't really have another big reason to hang on to the trade, so I'm going to step away until 2:30. Grab a snack, full afternoon snack. But,
I'll come back here at 2:32. Give me a couple minutes here to work on one other thing. 15 minutes, Travis. I'll be right back.
KRE, IWM. The benefactors of this 0.25% rate cut are moving lower, new low of session. So I'm inclined to short the names that would benefit from it. Names like First Solar, IWM, KRE, Carvana. Possibly the SPY. We'll see. Wondering how it has an impact on oil prices, oil futures. So we got a small position now in First Solar, a position in Carvana. Let's see if we can see some follow through here. Hey, Paul, what do you think of the 510 Q puts tomorrow? $1.10 right now. Okay, let's see. Keep an eye on them. Oh, Carvana. Didn't want that to happen. IWM, KRE kind of bouncing here out the bottom. The names I'm shorting right now I thought would benefit and move higher, but because we didn't see an initial reaction, it made me inclined to think maybe there'd be sell the news. So I'm gonna get out of Carvana here. Small loss, that's okay.
Hey, really, I can't believe we have zero movement here, as indicated by the triple Qs right up in the upper right corner of my screen. ARM, nothing. Tesla, very little. Don't know what to think, really.
I mean, is Jerome Powell going to stay on?
Yeah, I doubt it.
Or announce maybe a new successor? I don't know. That would be an interesting spin on things, wouldn't it?
What's that?
If Jerome Powell announced that he's stepping down.
Yeah, oh yeah.
$1.07 now on those puts on the Qs. Hmm.
You thinking about it?
Yeah, I'm thinking about, like, I would think with markets up as high as they are right now, you got the data that you wanted in theory, right? You'd see the push. We're not seeing it.
Yep.
So is it
We're not
baked
seeing
in?
anything.
I don't know. Again, I think everybody's kind of waiting to hear what J Powell's got to say, but we're seeing Nvidia just can't seem to get over that 148 print. Meta kind of stuck here at this 592, 593. Microsoft at the 425 area. All big key levels for the Mag 7. They're not moving. IWM, you would think, would just completely rip higher. And it is at all-time highs or near it, but same with carry. I think carry would move higher,
Yeah.
but it's moving lower. It's either that or there's some huge buyer waiting to push buy all the way to 600. Or SPX to 6,000. Okay, J Powell's kicking things off. Let's see what he's got to say. The economy is strong.
Yep.
Labor market is solid.
We're not going to disrupt anything right
Inflation
now.
has eased
Guarantee you.
substantially. Okay. Optimism in strengthened economic and job. Some of GDP data. Labor market's solid. That's, I mean,
It's what you expect, right?
yeah. Housing market kind of weaker than expected, but that's okay. There's some volume stepping in on the SPY. Oh, they're looking at unemployment data because of hurricane impacts. Low wage growth is eased. Okay, yeah.
Elad, I don't know if dump would be the word I would use, but I think, you're right. If we're not going to go higher, where do we have left to go after the election exuberance, right? So,
Ooh, interesting. You're
lot,
saying
hey,
labor
listen,
market is tight, but won't have an inflationary impact.
a lot of time between now and January when he gets sworn in, so let's not forget that.
Yeah. Inflation is moving closer to the target. Core inflation is slightly elevated. Okay. All right, I'm going to hit him here, 98 cents. Basically risking 980 bucks. If it moves against me 12 cents, I'm going to risk $120 on these puts with the Qs. 510 strike tomorrow expiration. Sorry, I'm just listening in. Policy stance will move to neutral over time. Further progress on inflation and more neutral stance. Yeah. Okay. Considering adjustments meeting by meeting. Okay. That's interesting. So we've got 3 months.
Like, tell me something I already didn't know, though.
Yeah, no, exactly, right? We can dial back more slowly if inflation or labor data is not favorable. That makes sense. Yeah. Dial back more slowly. Okay. So their focus is now maximum employment and stable prices. Inflation's kind of been taken out of the nomenclature there. Note, JPM is putting in a new session low.
Okay, watch Amazon here. 210 entry on Amazon.
Near-term election will have no impact on policy decision. That's a big deal. Why would he say that the economy is difficult to forecast beyond the near term? Like, that's what? That's how markets are supposed to work, man. You have to have forecasting capabilities. You don't guess, speculate, or assume. Okay, that's good. As carries about to break underneath 65.
If you're in the Amazon trade with me again, target's going to be over that blue line. Going to try to take 50 cents out of the trade.
Good question.
I'll take 40 cents here. Watch it now. 210.40. I'll come out.
Ooh. We'll see where bond rates settle. Too early to tell. Interesting. Under 513 on the Qs, guys. I'll hit it for some more. Just in case. Just in case. Bond rates don't have to be taken into consideration. They don't have much to do with Fed policy. Interesting. Since when, Jay Powell?
Yeah, right.
What? Yeah, that's not good. The fact that he just said that, we might see the dump. Here we go. Getting up on the Qs here. Q puts, again, algo's still out there. You kind of just dismiss the bond market as not being important. I mean, I'm paraphrasing.
Down we go. Tesla 2 burning to the downside.
Downside risk of activity have diminished. Feeling good about economic activity. Uh-oh. Here comes 509 on the Qs. Job report wasn't terrible, but it was higher than expected. December we'll have more data for other rate decisions. IWM down, KRE down. IWM now breaking the lows like big time. Here comes the Qs, guys. Be careful. Obviously, we're still at the 200 EMA. It's not a huge breakdown just yet, but it's like we talked about. If you look at market structure, comparatively speaking, a 509 pullback would be healthy for markets to see a bounce there and bulls continue the rally. But obviously, we don't have to do that. We can start bouncing off of any of these levels considering we're at all-time highs. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Recalibrating. 5.33%. 75 basis points. Moving too quickly or too slowly, trying to find out a middle path. Guys, my Qs are printing now. We're up 30 cents on them. $900. I'll wait, see if we tag the view up on the Qs. IWM now breaking lower. It's going to start really pushing low. It looks like on IWM, so be careful on that trade. Probably looking at 231-ish, maybe, if he continues this narrative. Path to neutral stance. Okay. Let's see where the data leaves us. Data always is in the rear view. So no forecasting, forward-looking commentary, which is concerning. Nothing new, right? I mean, Jay Powell hasn't really done that for the last several meetings, which is concerning. And they want more data, more data, more data, but all that data is in the rear view. So how does that help us look forward, other than optimism around a new president? Be careful here, guys. S&P now looking like a cliffhanger. Yeah, this is a good question this guy's asking right now. Oh, good question. Change statement not to omit confidence in inflation. Gain confidence. Inflation's going to move towards 2%. We don't want to focus on forward guidance. Point is to find the right place, the right pace, and the right destination as we go. Okay. I don't know.
Soft rhetoric,
Might
really.
get snapped higher. Ooh, good question. Talking about higher deficits now. Guys, higher deficits doesn't always mean a bad thing. He has nothing more to say on what's driving bond yields. I don't know, man. That's kind of weird.
It's like a no comment, you know?
Yeah, but why would you, like, bond markets are like 100x bigger than equity markets, like orders of magnitude. Maybe it's not 100x, but it's significantly larger. And to dismiss it as not being part of policy and or inflation or any kind of, like, that's kind of concerning. Oh, okay. The net effect of any new policies on the economy. Right now, there's nothing to model. Models take time, which is true, but why are you feeding all the data that you're feeding is old? Well, market's holding up pretty strong here, and I'm not willing to risk a whole lot on these puts, but now he's talking. He wants to see how long higher bond rates will be maintained. So he says it has nothing to do with it. Now he's concerned about how high the bond rates are. He's saying it's not that big of a deal, but it is. What? Yeah, I might have to get out of the way of this thing. I don't know why people are buying into that.
I definitely need
Giving too much credit maybe to some of these institutional guys.
definitely need Amazon here.
Policy is still restrictive. Okay. Labor market has cooled a great deal and is essentially imbalanced, but okay. What else is there? And he really thinks inflation is going to get on its way to 2%. The problem is if you do that year over year, you're still higher. So you can do 2%. That's the challenge with these percentages. When they're talking about inflation over 2%, it's year over year, and it's a rolling year over year. So you might see a price increase of 10% at 5 different intervals at 2% apiece. And we've all seen that, right? Cost of eggs are way up. I mean, I went to go buy onions the other day. It was like $4 a pound. Unbelievable. Bess, here's the thing. This guy's got like one of the hardest jobs in the planet because he's loved and hated all at the same time. Given the circumstances, I mean, it's hard to say because we, uniquely, with him at the helm, we went through a really challenging time here in the U.S., globally even, COVID and all that stuff. So navigating that and still having markets up, et cetera, is one thing. But the flip side is, the average person, like most people aren't, the average person does not have money to invest in a stock market, right? And so therefore, there's people that benefit, we'll say more so from some of these policies and the printing of money. So
Okay, I don't think I'm going to stick around. I'm going to wait. We're just to get to that 210. I'm going to come out of Amazon here. Unless we get a pop, Q's just broke out to the upside. So stay tuned. Listen, tomorrow will be a Friday. We'll get to see how we digest today, coming off of 2 straight winning days. And also the key to it now is what's going to happen tomorrow on a Friday. Dow's down about 6 points. S&P up 41 and the NASDAQ up close to 300 points today. So it's going to be interesting to see how we rise tomorrow. So DVG, I'll see you then. I'm going to run, again, Amazon traders. I am holding on. Target going to be the blue line here, the VWAP line. So stay tuned. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Not a great day, a decent day. Had to scrap a little bit to get profitable today. But we'll be back again tomorrow. We'll kill it again. DVG, profitable day for you?
Yeah, good day. I had a couple little trades that were taken here into the call and, got moved out of the way on Carvana, moved out of the way on First Solar. But they were smaller positions anyways. I was looking for a potential breakdown if it was a sell the news type thing. And I've got some puts right now in the queues in case we do decide to roll over. I'm not going to buy Meta here at the highs, but I am keeping an eye on Meta as it does have room, right? 600 is kind of a big level for Meta that it wants to play. So if we do see a big push higher, likely is going to be Meta.
All right, traders.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow, Scott. That's wishful thinking, my friend. Wishful thinking. The big thing, no one's talking about it right now, but I've been mentioning it for a while now, is the power of the dollar, the debasement of the currency. We're seeing the rotation into crypto, and alternative currency mechanisms. And you print more money, you have more inflation, markets will go higher. The trouble is deficit lending and spending, borrowing between banks. So keep an eye. You could look it up. The Fed repo rates. It's not a repossession of a vehicle. It's repo. It's basically their ability to repurchase essentially cash as a liability. But anyways, like all that stuff from a macro perspective, I think has a bigger impact that no one's really talking about. People are just buying, more stock, up, percentage. But at what cost is the currency getting debased right now? Like no one's talking about it because it's a highly, easy way to start a fight in a conversation, is bringing that up. So I think that the more that becomes a reality, maybe they come up with a different word. But that'll also push markets higher because to your point, like you'll have to, if $1 buys, let's say 40 cents, then you're going to need X amount of dollars to make up for that $1 in equities. So, and that's across the board when you look at the big Fortune 500 companies, right? That means that their earnings are likely going to be higher because their prices will go up. But to your point, like wages don't typically keep up with, in inflationary times, they don't typically keep up. And that's what they're kind of talking about today, right? You have the jobless claims, one thing, you have job markets, another thing, and then you have wages aren't really keeping up. So, which just makes it tougher, right? Makes it tougher to said buying onions. I know that's a silly joke, but it shocked me. I literally put the onions back, and I use onions for we cook quite a bit at home. My wife and I are both decent cooks, and we use onions, garlic for a lot of our food. And when I saw it was like $3, I just put them back down. $3 a pound. I'm like, what? We got to find a better deal. We go to a farmer's market now, and it's a little bit better, but let's see. Yeah, best. Yeah, Canada. Well, the thing is too in Europe. So Europe Central Bank dropped theirs quarter point this morning. So I'm not surprised to see that we did the same thing. But like, let's look at VIX real quick. VIX is at 15, kind of, very bullish. I shouldn't say very bullish, but I'd say healthy. Let's see what Dixie looks like right now. XC stabilized 104, down from 105. USD JPY. Yeah, this is okay. So I'm going to get out of these puts here in a moment. But the thing I'm concerned about is everything he's talking about. Again, I wouldn't say it's bullish per se. I do think it's, neutral collectively. But the one concern is that everything they're talking about essentially kind of infers what we've been talking about, right? Is hold on. Now they're saying wage growth is consistent with 2% inflation. I disagree, but that's okay. Everybody can have an opinion, right? Doesn't mean it's right. Yeah, I think some of what's happening now is big money managers are looking around, going, "Hey, if our dollar is going to be worth less, not worthless, but worth less, what do we do?" Well, Google equity risk premiums. We don't want labor markets to soften much, he said. Okay. IWM now bouncing off the lows, same with KRE. I think this is we're going to push here. I'll keep an eye on Meta. This is 593 area. I may not take another trade. I just gave back a little bit of dough on the splits, which is fine. But I think this is kind of like an inverted news session, which is kind of concerning for me. So I encourage you guys, definitely keep an eye on currency pairs and what global markets are doing fundamentally, because what we heard today kind of neutral, right? But right now, I think it's just trend, right? Markets moving higher. Why sell when you can buy, right? So, and that's okay. A lot of times I've found you can't beat the computers, right? They can work faster than you can, but don't fight the tape. I'd add that to the rules. Maybe a principle. I don't know yet, but we'll call it a rule for sake of argument. But hold on. We just got remarkable how well the economy has been performing in credit cards. Yeah. There's a fun chart to go look at. Go look at credit card debt levels. That's a fun one. But as traders, again, you don't trade emotions. You trade what you see, not what you feel. So markets are going to move higher, participate as such. If they're going to move lower, participate as well. That's our job as traders. I personally think a 1% retrace on the Qs would make sense this week. But with this level of exuberance, I don't know if it's going to happen. So I don't want to, I'm not an oracle. I can't predict everything, right? But just an amazing week, guys. Huge run up. Last couple of days have been phenomenal. That Amazon trade was amazing. For those of you guys who were joining me on that one, that was a lot of fun. this week. Yeah, Vest, another fun one too you can look up as a data point is also rent. So like a lot of times they'll talk about core CPI and this and that, and they'll exclude certain aspects, including housing, which has helped markets rally. So like here's the collective good. A lot of people have bonds and equities, usually tied to the Qs or the SPY in their 401ks. So right now people are like, hey, our 401ks look fine. It's when you see a 15% divot in your 401k that you're like, hey, what happened? Even though you might be up 35% over the last whatever 5 years, um, then you lose 15%. You're like, wait a minute, now I'm only up 20%, but you're complaining about the loss of 15%, right? So in those situations, you kind of have to scratch your head and go, well, you're still up 20%, you know. Let's see. I really do think Carvana has some room to the downside, though. I have a tendency to be early to some of this kind of stuff. Or maybe it's a day a week, but I think JPAL is done. So let's see what markets do. I'll wait for maybe another 10 minutes. I gave back some money on 3 trades here. We did okay this morning. Gave back some money on Carvana. Gave back some money on some puts here on the Qs. But I knew that the Qs were going to be kind of sink or swim pretty quick. Who knows? It still might retreat, which is fine. Moral of the story is trade safe. Trade safe. Make good decisions. You guys in any trades right now? You're just kind of looking around, sitting on your hands. Anybody? Anybody? Bess, are you in Canada? Are you based in Canada or stateside? It's really hard to short all-time highs, guys. Don't try to time the top. You know, for the positions I was taking short, it was, hey, in the event we turn and, you know, start to really draw down markets, you know, I don't mind a $200 risk in a move, right? To be incorrect. That's okay. Overall inflation expectation is consistent with 2% inflation. Well, that's interesting. We will not let inflation continue to move upward. What is that supposed to mean? They have just print. They could subsidize, you know, food. So I don't know if that would be the best thing, but guys, look at Carvana now. Grr, makes me upset. In an instance like that, like, you know, if we're taking a smaller position, which is what we did, and then adding on that initial breakdown, that could have turned into a swing trade. I didn't feel like swing trading though when markets are pushing highs and Carvana's moving against me. But it'll take some years for wage gains for people to feel better, to gain their confidence. What? Uh-oh, stagflation coming. The whole plan is not to have it. Yeah, no, good one. But come on, guys. The concern now is how many people are going to be left behind because they don't have dollars to invest in markets. You know, I think it's kind of where my head's at. As traders, we're very fortunate to be in this profession, but and not trading against the tape, etc., moving higher, good. Like let it push, make your money. Not a lot of people have that opportunity though. So I think this will be another divide of the have-nots. If you're able to learn markets and benefit from markets and make investments, not just as a trader, but investing in markets, you're not already this. You have to just to keep up with, you know, the way things are moving. If you look at the SPY and the Qs this year, they've actually kept up with inflation. If you think about it, it's kind of wild to think, but anyhow, I digress. Well, look, guys, I'm watching Carvana now fall off a cliff. That's unfortunate. Is what it is. I don't think I'm going to take any other trades into the close today. I will be keeping an eye on the Qs though. Also keeping an eye on Meta. Meta's got a real shot at 600 again, just because there's a lot of money sitting up there. If the Mag 7 to continue to be favorable like they have been this week. So definitely keep an eye on some of these high flyer names, Netflix included. But we're getting up into a new stratosphere on these stocks, guys and gals, folks. So, you know, be cautious. Don't try to short the top, but, you know, be open to go long or short positions because profit taking is real. Sell-offs are real. And if you don't catch the top, that's okay. Maybe just wait for some validation to the downside move, which arguably my puts, I could have done the same thing. Right? We keep continuing to put in a new all-time high, new all-time high, new all-time high. Wait for it to completely slow down. Anyhow, appreciate each and every one of you. I will be here at the open tomorrow. Trade safe, y'all. Cheers. God bless.